Hi, welcome to KXAN Plus. I'm your host, Esmeralda Zamora, and we're going to be sticking around with you all day today for a live stream following updates from this winter storm. With me today, right now, to discuss some traffic and a look at weather is our meteorologist, Kristen Curry, and Erica Brennis, our traffic anchor. How are y'all doing?
Been busy, but we're surviving.
Staying warm, trying to.
It started early last night, and it looks like we're done with the precipitation here in Texas. But what can we expect, Kristen, for the rest of today?
Yeah, we actually had this early yesterday morning, some of that wintry mix in the hill country, then had a low midday, kicked into high gear late last night. As of probably about 5 a.m. this morning, all of that has since cleared. So if I show you what's going on in the winter radar, you're not going to see anything. That's the good news. There's no additional freezing rain, sleet, or snow accumulation. Storm, however, not done with the United States. We have several states looking at very impactful weather out of this same storm system. A lot of Pacific moisture and that very cold air at the surface. But we'll still probably get some snow out in parts of the West Texas area, a little bit of the Permian Basin too, but we do not anticipate anything here locally. Wintry mix total so far, we saw 500 of an inch of ice out of Camp Mabry. That was almost double out of the airport, just over a tenth of an inch there. And the sleet was really the big story. We saw over 3/10 of an inch. It looks like that's a preliminary number for downtown right now, but 8/10 of an inch of sleet. And that will go actually into the books as snow. Sleet and snow will count the same. But here's what's left over, unfortunately. All that sleet and the freezing rain left on the roadways. This is our view from Dripping Springs. So Highway 290, as you can see, pretty ice-packed there.
Yeah.
We do have some potential of seeing a little bit of melting with the sunshine. That's hopefully going to break out later today. But the big story, unfortunately, is going to be not only the icy roads, but the temperatures. It is so cold out there. Teens and 20s. Temperature right now at 20 degrees in Austin, but you factor in the wind, feels like 3 below out in San Saba.
Wow.
8 is the wind chill in Austin, 15 in LaGrange.
And a lot of individuals are asking when the roads are going to be safe to drive on. We don't have precipitation right now, but that ice is still on the ground. When can we expect for it to be melting?
I'm going to kick that over to Erica. She's in charge of the road. She's our traffic queen, so she'll be able to give you a much more expert idea of what the roads look like now and potentially later.
We can talk what the roads look like, and then we'll circle back with Kristen, because it's like, when I think a lot of parents also are asking, and even employers and that sort of thing, when is it safe for my kids to go back to school? When is it safe for us to go back to work? Lampasas, right, was the first school district to call out. So
Rockdale too is canceled for tomorrow. So
Rockdale too. Okay, I think that's probably just the beginning, because it's going to be really cold. Like, when do you expect this to melt?
I do think we'll get some melting today.
Okay.
I think with the sunshine coming in, potentially this afternoon, with the dry conditions, crews can go out and treat some of those big thoroughfares and those big arteries. So that, I think, is what we're looking for. It's not going to be completely dry when you wake up tomorrow morning, but I think we just need to make it passable. And as you know, Erica, right now, those roads are not passable.
They're not.
No.
I know. So, Esme, you ready to take a look at it?
Yeah, let's take a look.
Okay. So we're starting here from our tech stock camera in Northeast Austin at 290 in Berkman. And there goes, I think, what is that, a Tesla right there? So there are absolutely people out, but officials are saying, please, only if you are an essential worker or if you absolutely have to for whatever reason, stay home otherwise. If you absolutely have to, you just have to know you're going to have to go really slow. Use extreme caution. The problem is that other people might not do that. And so you may be going 5 miles per hour, but some, clown comes plowing down the road at 50 or whatever, driving recklessly. And so it can be really dangerous.
You were out recently to get some gas, right?
Yeah.
How was it looking like? Was there a lot of people on the roads?
There weren't a lot of people. So that is the good news. I was on MLK by campus. I was basically on E. And our colleague, surprise to absolutely no one, our colleague Barrett Tryon, who has spent many years living in cold climates, he was like, I feel comfortable driving very cautiously to help you with it. Because I was like, I'm scared to drive. He's like, let me go kind of like show you how we can do it if you have to. And there were some times we lost traction for sure. He was saying, if you have to, try to drive on an area that's still white, because you might still have some of that traction versus an area that if it hasn't been treated, that, you might run into some ice. But this is what you're looking at is actually a photo of another part of MLK at airport. So this is basically what roads look like around Austin.
Very icy, very, very icy.
I mean, just a blanket of white. I mean, it's white ice and sleet. And what you see in this photo also is actually a Cap Metro bus stop. So Sunday, January 25th, Cap Metro services are suspended. That's obviously for everyone's safety. I mean, this is a photo in Bastrop on Highway 71 that a viewer sent us near County Road 304. Look at that overturned tractor trailer kind of thing. It looks like maybe even an RV. And then I just noticed Horseshoe Bay, the city of Horseshoe Bay just posted this photo. They said 280 people are without power, or 280, what do they call it, like units or something like that. So who knows how many houses people live in those. Customers. They're without power. This is on Ranch Road 2147 in Horseshoe Bay. This is a photo that Ulen Police Department just posted. They said that our roads are icy in Ulen. I mean, this is spreading far and wide in this area. This is a picture from yesterday in Llano on Highway 29, heading in the direction of Lake Buchanan. We've got this picture. Highway 87 is closed in Fredericksburg, on the north side of Fredericksburg. So, yeah, I mean, that's what we're in for, you guys.
Lots of road closures. What about power? Have we seen any power outages?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, what is it in?
Had some in Horseshoe Bay. Horseshoe Bay had at one point 1,200 power outages. That was per Dallas Electric. And then in Fayette County, we had over 1,000 too. And crews were already on scene. So I expect that number to only get less and less. We did not really see any issues with Austin Energy.
It's very minimal in Austin. Was it also in Gillespie County?
Gillespie County had some from last night that, hopefully that they were able to go out and fix as well.
Fredericksburg had a few, right? Overnight.
That's Gillespie County. Yeah. Wasn't it like over over 1,000?
Yeah,
right?
at its peak. Yeah. So we did have power outages. The fact that most of this came as sleet and not freezing rain, I have a strong feeling that had something to do with how few outages we had, especially a lot of people just compare it naturally to the 2023 ice storm. Nowhere near as much ice, way more sleet. And, we've made some big improvements to grid and infrastructure since then. So I think all of that together helped.
I think it's important for everyone to understand that although we are seeing the ice melt later this afternoon on the roads, there could still be debris, trees that fall into the road and cause obstructions or cause the travel to be dangerous. So overall, is it safe to say just stay off the roads today?
No. Yeah. And one other thing that people don't talk about as much is falls. Slips and falls. So as you make your way out, if you got to take the dog for a walk or something, or the kids are itching to get out. Yeah. Falls are also a really dangerous threat during weather like this. I mean, we just stepped out right in the KXAN parking lot, and
it's so icy.
Sheet of ice. Yeah. So like, if you're not walking, really getting your footing. I mean, Barrett and Eric Henriksen had like rubber covers on their shoes, which I don't have.
I need.
Share with the class. But so just maybe use it as an excuse to stay home. The other thing also is it's just really dangerous to be out there, from a frostbite, frost nip, hypothermia threat standpoint. It is a real danger. The temperatures are very low, and there's people out there who are at risk for sure, who, unhoused, homeless, who are living out there, and it's so scary.
Yes, it is. So we ask everyone, stay home, stay warm, stay vigilant, and up to date with what's going on. Kristen, for anyone that wants to continue following weather updates, if they're not going to stay on this stream, where can they do that?
Yeah, we've got everything on KXAN.com. Also, the KXAN weather app has the latest video forecast. We're doing something special with this winter weather coverage. If you have the KXAN Plus app on your TV and you're watching us here, you can actually find 24/7 weather coverage. Every once in a while we'll pop in, you'll see a live meteorologist give that update, but it's just a stream of our graphics so you guys get the most up-to-date data regarding wind chills, temperatures, where we're going from here, all of that.
Same thing here on KXAN Plus. We will be streaming live on all of our social media, our website, as well as that KXAN Plus app all day, and shuffling between weather graphics and live hits like this in between throughout the day. So please stay with us. Kristen and Erica, thanks for joining me. I know y'all got to go to your show, and maybe we'll see you later today. But
Thank you.
good luck on the coverage.
Of course.
Thanks.
Monday.com.
Thanks to those of you all who have been sticking around on this live stream. We are planning to be live with updates from the winter storm that is happening right now. I'm going to periodically jump in here, and when I'm not on here, we're going to have some live weather graphics shuffling through so that everyone can stay up to date with what's going on, what the current conditions are. As of right now, I have a breaking news situation that we can talk about. Right now, the Austin police are saying that a man froze and his body was found. He froze to death overnight. He was found just after 6 this morning. This is an image that one of our photographers took from the scene. He was found overnight, and it said he was found at the old Shell station of the southbound I-35 frontage road near 38th and a half Street. Police say that homicide units are investigating, which is typical in these cases. And right now, officers are trying to see if it was weather related or medical related, or potentially a combination of both. Our team has confirmed the scene is clear at this moment. And if you want to read more on that story, you can just visit our website, KXAN.com. We'll have all of the latest information regarding this situation on our website. For those of you who are trickling into our live stream, we are going to be live with live weather updates, breaking news situations, any information that you ask in the chat. I will hopefully share as much as I can. When I'm not on the stream, we will be shuffling through some weather graphics so that you all can stay up to date with the current conditions and what to expect in the next few hours. I'm your host, Esmeralda Zamora. Thank you for joining us here on KXAN Plus. If you're watching us on our social media, don't forget that you can download our free KXAN Plus streaming app for your TV, anywhere you get your streams, Roku, Apple TV, Fire TV, and Samsung TV. You can also watch us on air on our newscast or on our website. But thank you for joining us. We have some more information regarding road conditions, and I have some video to share here from Central Texas road conditions. It looks like we are looking at lots and lots and lots of ice on those roads right now. You can see that Amazon truck maybe skid off the road and got stuck on the grassy area. So it is important to stay safe, stay off the roads if you can. Follow our weather updates on our broadcast so that you know if traffic is clear or not. But it looks like right now this ice is not going to melt till late afternoon. That could change, but it is important to, again, stay off of the roads right now. We also have some video from cars slipping. This was yesterday when the conditions were wet and rainy, but same thing can happen when the roads are icy, and it looks like they're going to continue to stay icy. You can see those cars obstructing traffic and causing accidents when they are slipping like this. So please be safe out there. Stay off the roads if you can. It is important to keep everyone safe, not just yourself, right? We also have some fun video of some Central Texas residents skiing. This is off down a street in Austin, and you can see they are taking off with those skis and their poles going fast. Looks like a lot of fun. So some of us are taking advantage of these icy roads that we're seeing here in Central Texas. It doesn't look like Texas if you're looking at it right now, but this is what we are experiencing. So if you have any of these videos, please share them to us. We are asking everyone to visit kxan.com/reportit to share these videos and images more efficiently, quicker for us to get them onto this live stream, and as well as our newscasts and our website and our social media. So if you have some fun videos like these two individuals who are skiing down a road in Austin, please share those with us. If you're making some sleet snowmen, because we don't have snow, but we do have sleet, please share those photos and those videos with us here at KXAN. Again, that website where you can share them is kxan.com/reportit. That'll be the easiest, quickest way to get that those images and those videos to us here at KXAN. I do want to share that we have a full list of warming centers here on our website, KXAN.com. It looks like the Austin Public Library is extending hours for warming shelters at 3 of its branches until 5 p.m. tonight. And those branches are the Central Library, Teresa's branch, and Little Walnut Creek branch. But there are also many, many more warming centers available across Central Texas. We've got Burnett County. We've got Caldwell County. I do want to give a shout out to Christopher Adams, our digital data reporter. He has created this blog post here with all of this information for everyone who is interested in signing up or getting to a warming shelter. Go to our website, KXAN.com, and the webpage is called List Where Are Warming Centers Open in Central Texas This Weekend. Easy to find. All the information that you need, including times, when they open, when they close, addresses. This is broken down county by county. So you got Burnett County, Caldwell County, Gillespie County. We've got Hayes County, Mason County, Milam County, Travis County, all the counties that you could possibly need. We have them here on this website. So don't forget, Austin Public Library is also extending its hours for warming shelters at 3 of its branches until 5 p.m. tonight. And those branches are the Central Library, Teresa's branch, and Walnut Creek branch. So just remember, the temperatures are not getting any warmer today. So let's get to those shelters if we need it. If you do not have a shelter, a warm shelter to stay in overnight or over throughout this entire day, please head to these warming shelters, and we have that information for you on our website. We also have some more information coming in. Again, if you just joined our stream on the road conditions, I have some video. This looks to be early this morning when we still had a little bit of precipitation, but that is all gone. But as you can see, these roads are white. They're full of ice. So stay aware that there is ice on the roads. And if you can possibly stay off the roads, please do that, because we don't want any accidents. Again, I have this video from yesterday, I believe, when it was a little bit more rainy. But look at that. The car's slipping and sliding, and that can still happen on ice, probably even worse. So stay aware, stay away from the roads, and don't drive if you don't need to drive. Again, for anyone who is joining us right now, we will be live here on KXAN Plus on our website, our social media, our KXAN Plus streaming app. Anywhere you get your streams, on any streaming TV, you can download us for free. KXAN Plus is the name of the application. We will be streaming live all day today. So if I'm not here, you will be seeing a swap of weather graphics, up-to-date weather graphics that you can keep an eye out and see what conditions are in your area, what conditions are going to be looking like for the rest of today, even into tomorrow. We also have we're working on a list of closures, school closures, and we have that on our website right now. I know a lot of us were asking in the Facebook live stream chat, so I have that here pulled up for you, but you can always pull it up on your mobile device or your computer. It's KXAN.com, and the title is List Central Texas School Delays and Closures Amid Wintry Weather. We've already had some of those closure announcements trickling in to the newsroom email. So we've made it, our Christopher Adams, our digital data reporter, has made it easy for everyone to find those closures. And look at this map. It's great. It's titled weather-related school closures. You've got green color for normal schedules, closed in red, 2-hour delay in orange, early dismissal in yellow. It doesn't look like we have any early dismissals quite yet, as well as after-school activities canceled. But we do have some cancellation. Lampasas ISD is closed on Monday, January 26th. We also have Bartlett ISD closed Monday, January 26th. Rockdale ISD closed. Cameron ISD closed same day. Guas ISD closed again. We also have Rockdale again. We have Cherokee ISD closed, Fredericksburg ISD closed. Fredericksburg has been seeing lots of power outages, so I don't blame them for closing schools on Monday. DOS CCSD is closed, and then we also have Harper ISD closed. I believe we were going to get an announcement from Austin ISD here pretty soon, so we're waiting on that. But as of right now, it looks like they are normal schedule. Mason ISD is on a 2-hour delay. Again, the hill country areas are seeing a little bit more of extreme weather, but here all across Central Texas, we're experiencing ice, and that can impact travel to school on Monday. So if you want to keep up to date to see if your child's school is going to be closed for Monday, or whether they have a 2-hour delay or early dismissal, please visit our website, KXAN.com. We have a list of Central Texas school delays and closures amid this wintry weather, and you can find that on our website pretty easily. Again, we are here live with you all. My name is Esmeralda Zamora. I'm going to be your host for today, and we will come back in just a few minutes. We are expecting to have a live stream, a presser from the city of Austin, a winter storm presser. It's going to be a virtual presser. Obviously, the conditions on the road are pretty rough, so we're not going to have anyone get to this presser in person, but we will be streaming it for you here over Zoom at 11:30 a.m. is when they're expected to start. The city and county leaders will be talking about winter storm responses, as well as our Austin mayor and Travis County judge, who will be present to provide us with some updates regarding this storm. Take a look at what we saw overnight and possibly what we are expecting to see in the rest of today into Monday morning. So please stay with us here on this live stream. We'll be sharing all that information, as well as having that live presser here for you all on our socials, again, on our website, as well as our KXAN Plus app. So please don't forget to download that KXAN Plus app. It's free. Anywhere you get your streams, you will be seeing this live stream. You can also see our broadcast on there, as well as some weather graphics that are going to be cycling through, so you can just have a visual of what's going on, what the temperatures are, and whether the conditions are going to get any better throughout the night. My name is Esmeralda, and I will be right back with some more updates for you in just a few minutes.
who would be the most appropriate representative to respond to those questions. I think for our speakers and representatives, if you have something to add, please feel free to once the first person has concluded their response. Looking at my notes. Also, speakers, when you don't have to be camera on the whole time, but when responding, please turn your camera on when you're responding to questions or delivering your comments. And then you don't have to, but feel free to turn the camera back off once you are done. Does anybody have any questions? That was a lot of information. No? All right, thank you.
We're a little less than 2 minutes from airtime.
Okay. I've admitted everybody into the room.
For those of y'all just joining our live stream here on KXAN Plus, we're getting ready to hear a bit of a briefing regarding this storm and some updates from the city of Austin as well as Travis County. We have their Zoom meeting pulled up, as you can see on your screen right now, and they're getting prepared to start the discussion and start the updates from each individual that is going to speak. I think we have a lot of city officials, county officials getting ready to share some updates, and we will be watching them here live on our social media, our website, as well as our KXAN Plus live streaming app. Following this, we will have a rotation of weather graphics so that everyone is up to date and knows the conditions, the current conditions, the future conditions regarding the storm in their area. So stick around with us. We'll be live streaming all day and it'll be different topics. We will be doing some updates from breaking news. We'll shuffle through some photos that viewers and videos that viewers send to us. Again, those weather graphics and even some updates from city and county officials like we were about to see. I will also be sitting down with our meteorologist, Rich Siegel, in just a few minutes or maybe within the next hour to provide some more in-depth updates on the weather and the climate right now. So let's get ready to listen into this press conference and we'll be right back with some more updates.
I'll be your moderator for this morning. I do want to remind everybody that for bandwidth reasons, if you're not a member of the media, a speaker, or department representative available to give responses, if you could please hop off this call and you're invited to stream this news conference on ATXN. Once again, also for media, please drop any of your questions in the chat. We will thumbs up it to acknowledge it. And once our speakers have concluded their prepared remarks, I will be asking the questions and identifying which representative it is for. Right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us this morning. In just a minute, we're going to hear prepared remarks from Jason Runyon from the National Weather Service, Judge Andy Brown from Travis County, Mayor Kirk Watson from the City of Austin, Jim Reddick with Austin Emergency Management, and Eric Carter with Travis County Office of Emergency Management. Also available on today's virtual news conference are representatives from Austin Energy, Austin Water, Austin Fire, Austin Police, Austin Travis County EMS, Austin Homeless Strategy and Operations, Austin Transportation and Public Works, Austin Public Health, Austin Aviation, the Central Texas Food Bank, Travis County Transportation and Natural Resources, and Travis County Health and Human Services available to respond to your questions. And with that, if we're ready, I think we can get started with Jason Runyon from the National Weather Service.
Good morning, I'm Jason Runyon with the National Weather Service. Here's an update on what occurred overnight and what we can expect going forward. Overnight, the region experienced a mix of freezing rain and sleet. Freezing rain accumulations ranged from a few hundredths of an inch up to around 2/10 of an inch. On top of that, sleet accumulations ranged from 2/10 of an inch to as much as 1 inch. At this time, precipitation has ended across the region and no more precipitation is expected. Looking ahead, temperatures will remain below freezing today through Monday morning. Icy road conditions are continuing, and any ice that melts this afternoon will have the potential to refreeze tonight and into tomorrow morning as temperatures drop again. We are also expecting hard freezes over the next couple of nights and dangerously low wind chills. We urge everyone to avoid travel if possible, and if you must travel, use extreme caution. Continue to protect people, pets, pipes, and your plants, and limit time outdoors during this period of extreme cold. Finally, we want to encourage everyone to check on our vulnerable neighbors, particularly those that are elderly or those without reliable heat. Thank you.
Judge Brown?
Thank you. Thanks for joining us today. I just want to start reminding everybody that Texans are very resilient. This is our third freeze in 5 years. And I want to acknowledge that people across Austin and Travis County have been preparing since early last week, and it shows. People are largely staying off the roads, and our first responders really appreciate you doing that. We need to keep doing that, please. Travel is going to be difficult to near impossible in many areas, and the conditions are still changing quickly. Travis County has a lot of back roads and rural areas that simply are not safe to drive in, especially around the lake. So please do not take the risk of driving there. Our county road crews, as well as TxDOT, met earlier this morning. What they're seeing is a mix of icy and impassable roadways across the county. We're going to continue to treat major roads, but I would just want to emphasize that just because a road is technically passable, it doesn't mean that it's safe for you to drive on, especially when you think about other people out there and first responders. So please, again, avoid all travel if possible. We need to keep the roadways clear for our first responders. I checked in this morning with our hospitals, with HEB, with rural power companies and others, and generally operations seem to be going pretty well. I also want to remind folks that you need to think about your own household and keep that going. Work on your people, your pets, your plants, and your pipes. We're not out of the freeze yet, so water in your pipes still can freeze. Check on your neighbors, especially seniors and those who might be medically vulnerable. And remember, you cannot keep pets outside in this weather. They need to come inside, even if that means cleaning up some accidents in your house like I did this morning. So stay mindful of your household utilities, the preferred way to heat your home, your pipes, and your pools. Just staying vigilant to these things can help prevent a lot of problems. I've visited a cold weather shelter in Northwest Austin that was run by the city this morning, and I got to say that operations look like they're running very smoothly. And I want to thank the city and the county employees, the Austin Area Urban League, Integral Care, Central Health, the Central Texas Food Bank, and others for all, again, working together to make these things happen. I also want to thank Austin Public Health and Health and Human Services of Travis County for their work in connecting the medically vulnerable residents ahead of this event. Just want to reiterate one thing: do not get on the roads and don't try to handle things yourself. If you need help, call 311 or call 911. Finally, I want to thank everybody across this Emergency Operations Center, where everybody from the city, the county, related organizations are here working together to make sure that we're responding to emergencies to keep people safe and warm. I'm going to say just a little bit in Spanish, and then I'll pass it on. Los Tejanos somos resilientes. Esta es la tercera helada en 5 años, y quiero reconocer que los habitantes del condado de Travis y la ciudad de Austin se han estado preparando desde principios de la semana pasada. Gracias a esa preparación y las lecciones aprendidas de eventos anteriores, estamos mejor preparados que nunca para responder a este tipo de condiciones climáticas. Dicho eso, quiero ser muy claro. Por favor, no salgan a la carretera ni a las calles. Viajar será difícil o casi imposible en muchas zonas, y las condiciones están cambiando rápidamente. Gracias. Thank you very much, and I'll pass it on to Mayor Watson.
Thank you, Judge. And I want to thank everybody that's joined us today on this press availability press conference. As Judge Brown says, I'm Mayor Kirk Watson, Mayor of Austin, Texas. And as he mentioned, we're here to try to give an update on the various overall response efforts to the winter storm. As was pointed out at the very beginning, we have a number of experts that are available to answer some of your specific questions. And I also want to point out that we're joined by the Austin City Manager, T.C. Broadnax. I hate to start off this way, but I want to start off with some sad news, tragic news, and that is we have experienced the first fatality related to this winter storm. It was an exposure fatality, and this sadly underscores the critically important work that's being done with our cold weather sheltering and our warming centers. I can't stress enough the importance of staying indoors during this severe weather. Even though we've made it through the night, we, as was pointed out by Jason and the National Weather Service, we are still in store for very, very cold weather. The city has resources in place to prevent tragedies like this from happening. Last night, we had 659 clients in shelters. We have 6 currently active shelters and are adding capacity to make sure that we can meet the need. If you need help, please call 311 and we will work to make help available to you. We'll pick you up, we'll drive you to the shelter, we'll feed you while you're there, and most importantly, we'll keep people warm and safe. If you have a life or safety matter, an immediate life or safety matter, please use 911. And if you can make your way, if you need a warming center, if you need a place to be, if you can make your way to One Texas Center, we will get you where you need to go. Tragedies like this, we believe, are preventable. So if you need sheltering, please, I implore you to take advantage of all the resources the city has. And I'm asking the media that's a part of this, you've done a good job of making information available to people. Please let people know that we have those services available. In fact, Capital Metro service, while it's still suspended, but if you need to get to a shelter, call 311 and we'll make sure that you're picked up. Having said that, let me also talk a minute about Capital Metro. Capital Metro service is currently suspended, and it will have a delayed start on Monday, tomorrow, January 26th, with limited service beginning at noon. Staff will continue, the Capital Metro staff is going to continue to monitor conditions and assess roadways for detours or specific route cancellations. Any routes that aren't running will be listed on the Capital Metro website and through Capital Metro's communications channels. For rail, the first trains will leave Lakeline at 12:22 and downtown Austin at 12:29. Access trips will begin at noon and all pickup zones will be running except Lago Vista, and bike share will remain suspended. So again, what I want to say is Capital Metro will have a delayed start on Monday, January 26th, with limited service beginning at noon. Please check the regular Capital Metro communications and the Capital Metro website for information regarding routes and those cancellations. I want to say one other thing about shelters. Our 24-hour sheltering is being extended through tomorrow to Tuesday morning. It's the 24-hour sheltering is being extended through tomorrow to Tuesday morning. We also today until 5 o'clock have three libraries: the Terrazas branch, the Walnut Creek branch, and our Central Library. Those are all open and they're warm. So if people want to make it to those libraries, they were open at 8 this morning and they'll be open until 5 today. Switching to the infrastructure side, overall conditions, as the judge has indicated, were manageable overnight with minimal outages and fairly low number of incidents despite the extremely hazardous weather conditions. So I want to say thanks to our community for staying off the roadways and doing your part to keep our first responders available for the critical emergencies. I also believe that this outcome reflects early planning, strong coordination, and a disciplined execution across our city departments, and I'm very appreciative of that. Public Works and transportation teams have worked for days in advance to pre-treat 100% of the city's critical roadway network, which made a meaningful difference once the icing began. Utility teams monitored conditions and tested critical equipment ahead of the storm, allowing for a quick response and system stability overnight. As has been noted, there were some sporadic outages. We have crews that are working on those. And in addition to that, Austin Energy is reaching out to those that have had outages to let them know what's going on and to know that they're actively engaged in that. In addition to that, Austin Energy is actively going out and doing damage assessments in every council district throughout the city. One of the things to point out now is that while we have made it through the night with relatively few problems and we had stability overnight, when you have critical weather conditions like this with this sort of icing, there can be damage done later. So in the coming days, we could have a tree fall or a limb fall or something that we don't have right now. And I just want everybody to be prepared for that and anticipate it. But that's one of the reasons that Austin Energy is out there already doing damage assessments. Emergency responders and operations staff were fully engaged throughout the night. They were monitoring conditions and standing ready to respond as needed. And we're especially grateful to our City of Austin staff who have worked those long hours behind the scenes and out in those horrible elements to keep our essential services running smoothly. And I also want to say a big thanks to our community partners. The judge made reference to HEB. HEB has, in addition to operating as stores, it has stepped up to provide meals to our emergency operations center staff on short notice, which is very much appreciated. And I know that 3 of our local HEB stores have also donated food for our shelters. The Walmart Foundation has donated $5,000 for our Homeless Strategies and Operation Office to help us buy some much needed supplies for the shelters. And Starbucks made sure our staff working through the day and night were well fueled with coffee. So we're really appreciative to these entities in our business community for being a part of this. While we have times like this, and while these times are challenging, they can also bring out the very best in the community. And we've seen that all this weekend, and this is just part of it. So the city will keep monitoring conditions. We'll continue to provide updates. The safety of our community remains our top priority, but you've also heard the message twice already, but it bears repeating. A key message is, and we need people to heed this, is please stay off the roads. They're icy, they are dangerous, and unless it's absolutely necessary, the best course of action is to stay home and stay safe. I want to emphasize a couple of points in that regard. First, as has been said, just because a road is passable doesn't mean it's safe. We aren't able, and we're not going to be able to say that the roads that some person decides to go on are always going to be safe for travel. They may even be a road that hasn't been treated. So we ask people, if you can, just stay inside. The second thing is, we also remain very concerned about the roads in the morning. You heard the representative of the National Weather Service say that we're going to have continued freezing conditions. Well, we're going to continue to be treating roads. Again, not all of the roads will be treated, but we're going to retreat roads. And when you have today's temperatures remaining below freezing, the sun comes out, it makes a difference. Wind also makes a difference. And frankly, some of the travel on those roads will make a difference. It may, in some places, make the frozen rain, the sleet that was there, it may make some of that slushy, but then tonight it could refreeze. and it would make tomorrow morning very, very hazardous. So we're asking people again, and I know we keep repeating it, and we hope that the media continues to repeat it. Please stay at home if you can. What the other thing that does is it keeps our roads clear and safer for our emergency vehicles, as the judge pointed out, and our storm response teams that need to be on the road. I also want to point out that in talking with the city manager has informed me that the city of Austin will have modified operations tomorrow. That means those that can do their job remotely will do so. Only those working to keep our community safe and respond to the weather emergency will be out and about. The city does not close. We keep working to keep everyone safe, but we're going to do that in a way that's responsible and that doesn't put anyone needlessly in harm's way. So I want to thank all of the excellent public servants that are playing a role in keeping our city safe. And I again want to thank the media for doing such a good job of getting information out to our community. And then thank those community members who are participating, because we couldn't stay a safe city without your help. With that, I'm going to pass it to the city's Director of Emergency Management, Jim Reddick. Thank you, Jim. Thanks for all you've been doing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your leadership and support. I almost don't have much to add on top of what you've said. The information that the mayor shared is exactly what we've been discussing in the EOC. So everyone now has the same situational awareness that we do. In the Emergency Operations Center, we continue to operate on a 24-hour schedule. And it's not just city, it's city and county and a lot of our partner agencies, such as Cap Metro, such as Central Texas Food Bank, and many others, not just physically in the room, but also connected to us via conference calls, coordination calls, and there's a true unity of effort. It's no secret that Austin is blessed with a lot of resources and a lot of compassionate folks. Being able to see that come to fruition through effective planning and just the sharing of information, elevating beyond just collaboration to coordination is where we are right now. And truly this Austin team, which is inclusive of the community, is really an all-star team. I do want to emphasize that life safety is always our number one priority. The mayor already mentioned that we have 6 shelters and we're increasing the capacity to 825 beds tonight, and that sheltering will continue through Tuesday morning. Certainly we'll reassess before then to figure out how the recovery is going, the cleanup, the ice breakage, to see if the roadways will be safe at that time. I also want to mention that public health continues to reach out to the STEER registrants, the statewide STEER registry for vulnerable populations, as is Austin Energy and Austin Water, their vulnerable customer list, to make sure that those folks are able, we can find out that they're doing okay after the ice spell that we've experienced. The mayor also, from an infrastructure standpoint, mentioned the roadways. Like he said, there's a mix between passable and impassable. I think the thing to really emphasize is that the focus is on critical roadways, not secondary roads, not, it's all critical roadways. And so when you think about going on the roads, the message continues to be, please don't. We need those critical roadways open for response vehicles. So the more that our public works friends have time to clear the road and make them not just passable, but safe. And that there's a big difference. They need time to do what they need to do, and our response vehicles need to get through. So do please stay home if at all possible. Finally, we're expecting freezing temps through Tuesday. We'll continue to monitor with the National Weather Service and our media partners. We're just going to play it as we go, and we're going to remain ever flexible, ready to pivot however needed. And then finally, we want to keep the entire community informed throughout this process. So one of the ways that we've been doing that is austintexas.gov/alerts. That should give everyone the latest information from the Emergency Operations Center, from the city and the county, all of the information that we're putting together for you. That's where we're putting it. So I will gladly turn it over to my counterpart with Travis County, Eric Carter, Emergency Management.
Hey, thanks, Jim. Thank you all. As Judge Brown mentioned, and so did Jim and Mayor Watson, The county and our partner agencies are actively responding to this winter weather event. I want to take the time to stress the individual preparedness and resilience for our community. It remains really critical. I know it's been said multiple times, but it's worth saying again. Please, please, please stay off the roads. If you just absolutely don't need to be out, it's safer to stay home. Your safety is important. It's too important for you to risk venturing out at this time. Also, I know it'll be tempting to try and have some fun outside for those of you with pets. And those of you with pets will need to take them outside for walks. Please, please be careful when walking outdoors. There's a significant ice on the ground. I found myself slipping and sliding outside, and I'm the one talking to you all about being safe. That's my way of saying I know it's dangerous out there. So we want you to be safe. Take your time if you're outside walking. With that said, please stay informed. Look to trusted sources for information. You can go to Travis County social media sites to stay for up-to-date information. If you're in parts of the county, sir, outside of Austin Energy, you're served by Pedernales, Blue Bonnet, Encore. Please, we strongly encourage you to sign up for their websites to get their report, their outage information, if there are any. As of about 11, the good news was there was very, very little to no impact in terms of power outages. But again, it's your job to put yourself in a position to stay informed. So now's the time to take those actions if you haven't already. We also ask as the community, keep the vulnerable populations in mind, neighbors, elderly, of those who may need medicines, check on them, make sure everybody is doing okay. You have, your neighbors, I talked about that. Extra assistance, they need assistance during the extreme cold. It's going to be cold for the next couple of days. Again, let's just keep those folks at the top of our mind as we're staying back with our families, staying off of the roads to stay safe, making sure our neighbors are doing good. I just want to thank you and all the folks that we've been working with over the past 48 hours during the storm. The city team has been awesome. The county folks I know have been working extremely hard. The sheriff's office, our transportation natural resources department, and the road crews, as well as our health and human services department. So just keep it up, wish them well, and please think of their safety as you see them running around the community and for the work that they're doing. With that, I'll turn it back over to Mimi. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, National Weather Service, Judge Brown, Mayor Watson, Jim, and Eric. With that, I'll start with the questions. Our first question is for David Gray from our Austin Homelessness Strategies and Operations from KUT. David, there is a report of inadequate food at least one of the city's overnight shelters. Can you speak to that? Did members of the community come donate food?
Thank you, Mimi. I appreciate the question. Good afternoon, everybody. David Gray, Austin Homeless Strategies and Operations Director. Right now, all of our shelters have adequate food supplies. There was a little bit of a challenge yesterday at one of our shelters where staffing was impacted due to weather, and that did have an impact on the meal that was served. However, I want to assure everybody that our shelter operators are prepared to provide meals for anybody in our city shelters and everybody who comes to our overnight cold weather shelters. We are grateful for our community partners who have stepped up and augmented our supplies with additional resources. The mayor alluded to donations from the Walmart Foundation and HEB. We've had a number of community residents and partner organizations also work with our staff to make sure that all of our shelters have meals and supplies and clothing for our guests. So thank you to all of our community partners who stepped up. But as far as meals go, we are good to go. Thanks, Mimi.
Thank you, David. Our next question, again from KUT, is for Austin Transportation and Public Works, Richard Mendoza. And the question is, when will roads be safe?
Thank you for your question, Richard Mendoza, Director, City of Austin Transportation and Public Works. So at this time, we're continually assessing the conditions of our roadways. It's very difficult for me, if not impossible, for me to predict when they will all be entirely safe. However, if you look forward with the information the Weather Service just provided, we have until Tuesday afternoon where we get temperatures consistently well above freezing. So I would say no earlier than that location. But again, it's early to tell, but we will continue to monitor and treat our roadways.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. Our next question is for Austin Police Chief Angie Jones from Fox 7. The question is, how many weather-related crashes were there?
Good morning, everyone. Assistant Chief Angie Jones with Austin Police Department. Last night, we had approximately 67 collisions that were reported to the Austin Police Department, and that was from noon on Saturday until approximately 9 a.m. this morning.
Thank you, Chief. Our next question from KUT is for Austin Energy, Stuart Riley. How concerned is Austin Energy about the possibility of more power outages?
Thank you. Stuart Riley, Austin Energy General Manager. When we see this type of event with these types of ice impacts, even as they're not as extreme as what we've experienced in the past in terms of ice accumulation, we are concerned that over the coming hours and maybe even a couple of days, some of the trees that are stressed, maybe there are dead trees that could still fall over if they're weighted down with ice. And there are wind gusts that come through. So we do expect there to be some sporadic issues. We're dealing with some sporadic outages right now on the system. We have not seen a lot in terms of vegetation impacts from trees or tree limbs. There have been a few. Last night, our biggest outage impacts were actually from lightning. The lightning that was quite widespread during the course of that storm coming through. And we also encourage people to stay off the roads because some of these car crashes can impact our poles. Cars can crash into poles that can cause outages. So we're really encouraging people, just to echo some of the messages that you've heard already. It's just another reason to stay off the roads. But in terms of our concerns at Austin Energy for continued outages from this ice, as we see how conditions go forward with the ice melting, with the wind and the ice buildup, we will know more, but our crews have been out there. We've done a thorough damage assessment and we've seen what the conditions are. It appears that we're not going to have widespread issues, but there are going to be some sporadic issues around the system that will continue. And we've got plenty of crews out there right now addressing every one of them.
Thank you, Mr. Riley, and don't go anywhere. We have another question for you from Fox 7. I believe you may have already addressed it, but maybe not. And the question is, for any power outages, were they caused by ice on power lines or trees? Question mark.
We have had a couple of issues from trees. Like I said, most of the larger outages that we had last night were quickly restored, and that was from lightning. And so far, we've not seen ice buildup. Many of you probably recall in Winter Storm Uri just how weighted down the trees were, sagging to, many trees sagging all the way down to the ground. And that gives you an idea of how much weight was on the trees then. We're not seeing quite that much weight on the trees or on the equipment this time. We're very fortunate that the precipitation fell mostly in the form of sleet, but there is some ice. And so we are still cautious about that and any of the impacts that could come from that. And so we'll be ready to respond.
Thank you. Our next question is from CityCast for Chief Lukritz for Austin Travis County EMS. The question is, when and where did the fatality occur? Can you offer any details on the victim?
Good afternoon, Robert Lukritz, Chief of Austin Travis County EMS. Austin Travis County EMS responded to the 1000 block of East 38.5 Street at approximately 6:15 this morning for reports of an unresponsive individual in a parking lot of an abandoned gas station. Our medics arrived to find an adult individual that was obviously deceased and was pronounced dead at 6:27 a.m. Due to the circumstances, we presume that the cause was hypothermia. However, I must stress that Austin Travis County EMS does not officially rule on causes of death. Only the medical examiner can make that determination. I continue to urge everyone to utilize the warm weather shelters. and use 311 in order to get access to those. Our community health paramedics are out in the field and responding to these emergencies. And when we find individuals that do not want to seek shelter, we are distributing resources such as blankets and water. But clearly, we need to encourage everyone to utilize those shelters.
Thank you, Chief. Our next question is from KUT for Samantha Haynes with Austin Aviation.
Thank you, Mimi. Sam Haynes, Deputy Chief with Austin Aviation. The airport is open, but conditions are very slushy right now. So we've got teams out on our taxiways right now, this moment, working to clear that icy slush off of the taxiways. And they're doing that for one of our runways. Our east runway is open, but we did have to make the decision to close our west runway. And that's a part of our usual winter weather response. It just allows us to focus resources and priorities on one runway rather than divvying it up. We do have snow plows, but I will call them Central Texas style snow plows. They are attachments that we retrofit to a truck. And yes, we have used those for this event. We do have canceled flights for today, and we're starting to see airlines make the call for canceling flights tomorrow. So starting to see those flight cancellations roll in for tomorrow. So like many of the speakers and experts on this call have shared, if you don't have to drive to the airport, please don't. We really don't want folks coming to the airport just for a canceled flight. So it's really imperative that you stay in close contact with your airline and get the latest flight information directly from them if you're flying in or out today or tomorrow.
Thank you, Sam. And there are reports that there were 202 cancellations at AUS today. Is that accurate?
The latest that I have is that we've had 115 departing flight cancellations and 87 arriving flight cancellations. And just a reminder that the airport itself cannot cancel flight. These decisions are made solely by the airlines and sometimes the FAA. In this weather event, however, these decisions would be made directly by the airlines.
Thank you. Our next question, once again from KUT, is from Austin Transportation and Public Works, Richard Mendoza. Are there increased snowplow type resources since 2023?
Yes, we've added similar snowplow attachments to the front of dump trucks, similar to as was just described by the Austin Airport. We purchased 7 of those. In addition, we have a number of motor graders, which are common in street work, as well as front-end loaders that we can utilize to remove accumulations of snow if we were to get like more than 4 to 6 inches of snow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mendoza. And this is our last question, is for Stuart Riley from Austin Energy from CityCast Austin. The question is, sounds like the cooler temperatures helped us dodge a bullet. Would we have been prepared if we'd had more freezing rain than we did? Question.
Thank you for that question. Really, there's not a whole lot you can do on an electric system. Any utility faces this. When you have more than half an inch of ice, that is going to be very damaging to our system. So we're in a position now where much of the precipitation came down as sleet. But yes, we were prepared. We're better prepared than we've ever been before. We've made a host of improvements since 2023. We've increased our emergency management team. We've added damage assessors. We've improved our restoration coordination. We've improved our mutual aid procedures. We've improved our outage map. In this instance, we did bring in ahead of time some contract crews from outside of our service territory because we've done a preliminary assessment right now. We are releasing those contract crews back to their home jurisdictions. And we have the staff here already out in the field to assist. And so we have plenty of capacity there. So even if the impacts had been more, we had done everything that we can do to be ready, and our response would have been better than we had done before. And so, yes, we have made improvements. But at the same time, there's only so much you can do for over half an inch of ice. And we would have done our best to handle that kind of situation.
Thank you very much, everybody. That concludes all of the questions that we have. Anybody has any remarks to add? Now is the time to do so. If not, we can conclude today's news conference.
Thank you, everybody.
I've got one thing to add just real quick. I failed to mention, along with the city of Austin, the Travis County will be closed for non-essential work on Monday. Of course, we'll reevaluate anything for Tuesday or whatever, but that basically means that, of course, the sheriff's department, any essential services or support services will continue to work, but most of the in-person services like the courts and things like that will be closed tomorrow. So before heading down to any county offices tomorrow, please stay off the roads. Thank you.
Everybody stay warm. Thank you.
We are back here with another update throughout our all day long live stream, giving you some updates regarding weather, regarding road conditions, closures, all that good stuff. And with me for this moment in our live stream to provide us with a weather update is our KXAN meteorologist, Rich Siegel. Rich, how you doing?
We're glad the worst is behind us, so I'm doing much better.
Yes, we heard that the precipitation is over,
Yeah,
right?
the last bit of rain, the last bit of sleet and whatever else we had left shortly before 6 o'clock. So now we've been dealing with the clouds and the cold, and the big forecast question for the rest of the day is going to be, are we going to see any clearing? And so we'll talk about that among many things that we'll be letting our viewers know about.
Yeah, I'm going to pull up that live picture that you have right now, and you can see the droplets are still frozen. It's gotten a little clearer since I got here at 8 a.m., but it's still very, very frozen.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of blue sky. You can barely make it out, but this is one of the few cameras that we're showing it. This is the Austonian camera. So that's one part of the story, the fact that the clouds are still in. And the cold air with wind chills that are even colder brought about by a strong north wind. And nothing depicts that better than our view from the Allied Medical Emergency Room location on Highway 71 in Bastrop. You can see that the roads are wet. 71, 290, 360, Mopac, 35, 183. They're heavily traveled roadways, and so they'll be in a little better shape, but we will caution everybody to the fact that when the sun goes down, if we do see any sun today, it'll come mid to late afternoon especially. But then as temperatures remain below freezing, whatever has thawed out briefly will refreeze. And so the commute tomorrow morning will be quite treacherous for most of the area.
Yes, we have seen a lot of school closures already. The city of Austin has also announced it will be closed for Monday, and it will decide if it will be closed Tuesday in the next few hours. But just because this ice is melting does not mean it is okay to start driving on it, right?
Yeah, we want people to stay off the roads as much as possible. Erica, who came in and gave us traffic reports this morning, got several emails from viewers who wanted to know, is it okay to drive? Well, the answer to the question is, you're going to run into slick spots across the entire area, across all of our 15 counties. There is not one county that was spared this. If you know how to drive on this stuff, then you probably can make it. But, we suggest just staying at home. We'll get above freezing tomorrow afternoon, and then we'll see another refreeze of the frozen precipitation that we had on Tuesday morning. Now, this is a makeup of the wintry mix totals. The Weather Service offices now, we're talking about our Weather Service office down in New Braunfels, and we'll get information from the San Angelo Weather Service office and the Fort Worth Weather Service office, because there are 4 counties between those two that are that they have jurisdiction over. But for now, Camp Mabry picked up 0.05 of an inch of freezing rain and a preliminary total of 0.3 of an inch of sleet. And then for the airport, 0.11 of an inch of freezing rain and 0.8 of an inch of sleet. We were actually doing better with the sleet than the freezing rain, because you can drive a little better on the sleet pellets. There's more traction than you would have if you were just driving on a sheet of ice. And so that was how I was able to get into work this morning, because the roads were bad, but they were not as bad as they could have been had we had just a solid forecast of freezing rain or a solid onset of freezing rain for the area. So this is what our clouds and radar are looking like right now. As you see that there is no precipitation, we thought we saw a little bit of clearing. One of the cameras out at Horseshoe Bay at about 11:45 was showing a lot of blue sky, but as you look at this winter radar, clouds and radar map, again, no precipitation, but we do continue the clouds in place. So the big question for the day is going to be how much clearing we will have. Current temperatures are in the upper half of the teens to low 20s in the hill country and the low to mid 20s along and east of I-35. The Futurecast map indicated that we would see some clearing. I'm not confident we're going to see as much clearing. So I think our temperatures will pretty much stay consistent for the rest of the day. We may add 2, maybe 3 degrees across the area. So we should peak in mostly the lower to mid 20s through the afternoon. So again, that's component number 1. These are the current wind gusts, and this is what's making matters a whole lot worse insofar as these wind chills are concerned. We continue to see 20 to 25 plus at many locations across the area this afternoon, and that's going to continue through at least 6 o'clock before we start seeing these numbers start to fall off, and that'll happen tonight. So we go a combination of the temperature with the wind. These are the current wind chills. My goodness gracious, 4 above.
Freezing.
Exactly. 4 above at Mason, at San Saba, 5 at Marble Falls, 6 at Llano, 7 at Fredericksburg and Blanco, 8 at Lampasas, 9 at Cameron, up to 21 at Flatonia. Right now, the 24-degree reading at Camp Mabry feels like 16.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, we set a record this morning at Camp Mabry with a low of 19, breaking the previous low of 20 that was established in 1904. The airport had a low of 21, but that's not a record. The record stands at 19. So these are the current wind chills, and they'll get worse as we go through this. What's driving this is that upper level low. That's what gave us the freezing precipitation as it hung out in the Baja and the Gulf of California and in northwest Mexico between yesterday afternoon and last night. That low has moved on into Texas and has been very slow to clear out the clouds because it continues to sit on top of the area. We see some clearing to the southwest of that. So we will eventually see some clearing as we get later into the afternoon across, I think, some of the hill country and then area-wide as we get into tonight or tomorrow. And I know that I'm just talking and rambling here, so you stop me if you have a question. Just say, hey, Rich, I have something I want to ask.
I do want to ask about the feels like temperatures. Do you have a graphic with feels like?
Current wind chills.
Ooh, we got a message just a minute ago from Melissa Beeson Doherty on Facebook. She said, snow flurries in Hoover Valley in Burnett County right now.
There is the potential that we will see just a few flurries. There's a little more moisture that we saw that's back behind that is across parts of the San Angelo area, and some of that has been filtering into our part. It's not going to amount to much of anything at all, just a little bit of these flurries under the clouds, and that's pretty much going to be it. These wind chills, by the way, are the current numbers, again, single digits and teens. So thank you for that email, and we appreciate you watching us here. So again, there's the low. It's going to continue. The moisture is wrapping around that low. You see those clouds across the Panhandle, the South Plains into the Permian Basin. Moisture coming in on the counterclockwise circulation around that low.
This is just sitting on us, right?
It's just sitting on us right now. So that winter storm warning that had been in effect for all of the area yesterday and most of the area last night has expired, but the San Angelo Weather Service Office, which handles Mason and San Saba counties, is seeing fit to continue that warning until 6 o'clock. It isn't because of any additional precipitation that's going to fall. It is just for the roads that are icy. Now, the Fort Worth National Weather Service Office, which handles Lampasas and Milam counties, and then the Austin San Antonio office, which handles the 11 other counties, did allow this warning to expire because there was no more precipitation in the forecast, but this is just for the icy roads. The ice storm warning that had been in effect for 7 counties, Burnett, Llano, Gillespie, Blanco, Austin, Travis, Williamson, and Hayes, that was allowed to expire at noon. These are forecast wind chills. 7 o'clock tonight, we're still going to see single digits and teens. All right, you ready for this?
Yeah.
All right, let's go out to
Monday morning?
Monday morning at,
oh, wow.
At 8 a.m. 0 to 9 above are what is being forecast.
Jeez.
We see the north wind continuing. The sky should be mostly clear. The air continues very dry off of the north wind. And I wouldn't be at all surprised if we had some wind chill readings at minus, sub-zero in some of the hill country. That could happen at Burnett, could happen at Lampasas and Fredericksburg, possibly San Saba, and many cities in the outlying areas, in addition to what we're seeing for the rest of the area. So dangerously cold air tomorrow morning. This is why we're thrilled that the schools have seen fit to either postpone or delay or rather cancel, because you don't want the children hanging outside waiting for the school bus to
Yeah.
show up.
Or
That's-
having that bus drive on these conditions.
That's exactly right. So these are the wind chill forecasts for Monday morning, and we might repeat these again on Tuesday morning. So that's what we have at 8 a.m. So because of that, the extreme cold warning continues from now all the way through noon Monday. By Monday afternoon, with the sun expected and with temperatures above freezing, we'll see some of these wind chills moderate. But still, I don't know that we get as cold as 5 below, but we will have several in single digits across our area tomorrow morning. So that's the extreme cold warning. That's the major working warning that we have for the area.
Dangerously cold, too. We already had some breaking news. We had our first fatality for this storm.
Yes, well, that just broke me up. I
Please
was so
stay
sorry to hear that.
inside, right?
Yes, get to a warming center. Get just if you see someone, say, hey, I'm going to take you over to the warming center and have you stay there. All right, these are wind gusts. This is another factor in today's weather. We're still going to look at around 20. You know what? I'm going to amend that. Around 15 to 25. We might find a few higher than that, but I think on average around 15 to 25 by this afternoon at 4 o'clock. By midnight tonight, we're looking at around 15 to 20. I think we'll see the numbers continue to drop off, so that by tomorrow morning, 6 o'clock, I still think it's going to be at around 15 to 20, and a further reduction in both the wind speed and the wind gusts as we get later into the afternoon, and we'll say hooray for that. All of that said, all right, icy roads will continue today. I think the sky remains overcast to mostly cloudy. That 29, that occurred just after midnight. For the rest of the afternoon, everybody will be in the 20s, a few in the hill country in the teens. Most all will be in the teens tomorrow morning with the wind chills in single digits. Most all will be in the 30s. I think we'll get to 37 tomorrow. That may be the highest high that we have in the area. In the hill country and in areas and parts of Williamson and Milam counties, most of our highs tomorrow will be in the lower 30s. Some may not even get above freezing, but the majority of the area will. And then we're back in the teens on Tuesday morning. We see a few more clouds Tuesday afternoon. Most will be in the 40s. We'll be around 50 here in Austin. Still below freezing for lows Wednesday morning. Upper 40s to low 50s with more sun, fewer clouds Wednesday. Thursday will be our highest high, mid and upper 50s, but notice the low ahead of that will still be at freezing or below in most locations. Friday, there'll be a frontal system that will have arrived in the area with a chance of some rain, and that rain should end during Friday evening, making Saturday partly cloudy and cooler with a high of 46. There had been some talk that there could be some freezing precipitation Friday night into Saturday morning. The map models were not overly aggressive with that. So for now, we're just going to keep it as rain Friday into Friday evening. And then Saturday is expected right now to be dry. Sunday, 1 week from today, should be warmer with a lot of sunshine. So we've gotten past, So we have gotten past the worst of the precipitation, but now we're going to be dealing with the icy roads and the cold temperatures. And so by all means, if you don't have to get out and travel in this, we encourage you to stay home. But if you do, please just drive with caution. Don't run red lights. Don't run stop signs. All right. Slow down. Allow yourself extra time to get to where you need to get to, and you should be okay.
Or simply stay off the roads.
Yes.
Right? We have been tracking this storm for around the clock, pretty much. Our entire weather team was here at one point as they were shifting or changing shifts.
The handoff. The baton was handed off from Kristen and me to Freddie, Nick, and Tommy. And then we got together again during the evening to go over plans for today.
Yes, and this is going to continue into tomorrow while we still see these freezing temperatures.
Yes.
Again, we want to remind everyone, although the ice may be melting right now, it's going to freeze back up again overnight, right?
That's exactly right.
You talked a little bit about school closures. I recently showed this school closure map here on our live stream, and it was mainly greens, but look at it now.
Reds mean school closings?
Yeah.
Okay. So
We've
let's
got
see.
lots of school closures.
So Fayette County, it looks like, and Lee County, and looks like San Saba County. I bet they'll fall in line before too long.
Yeah, San Saba's still open. You think Giddings and LaGrange should be closed Monday?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that the more folks that you can keep off the roads for tomorrow as well, the better.
Yeah, well, if anyone wants to keep an eye on whether their child's school will be closed or not, we have this article that our lovely digital data reporter, Christopher Adams,
Yes.
shared for us or created for us, and it can be found on our homepage. Rich, thanks so much for giving
You're
us this
welcome.
update, and stay safe out there because I know you're heading home soon,
I
right?
am headed back to where I'm staying tonight so that I can be here bright and early at 5:30 tomorrow morning.
Okay, we will see you then. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Hi, you're watching our full winter weather in-depth all-day live stream here on KXAN Plus. I'm your host, Esmeralda Zamora. You may have seen me dip in and out of this live stream if you've been sticking around with us since 8 a.m. this morning, but we're back here with another quick update. Between these little updates, we are shuffling through some weather graphics so that you can see what the conditions are looking at right now, or in the further future of today into tomorrow, what those conditions are looking at in your area, and you can keep an eye out on them, whether there's still ice on the roads or whether it's beginning to melt. But as of right now, what we're hearing is that the ice on the roads may melt this afternoon, but it will quickly freeze right back up once the sun goes down, and it continues to be very, very cold throughout the night and into Monday morning. We're going to start off with some breaking news that we had earlier this morning, and it looks like Austin police told us that a man froze to death overnight. He was found just after 6 this morning at the old shell station of the southbound I-35 frontage road near 38th and a half Street. Police say homicide units are investigating, which is typical for these cases. Right now, officers are trying to see if it was weather-related or medical-related, or potentially a combination of both. Our team has confirmed that the scene is clear at this moment, but we also have a full article regarding this situation on our website, and you can find that at KXAN.com. I'll pull it up right here for you all, just in case you want to take a look at what it's looking like. We have a map from where they were found. You can see here on this map, and the information that is stated in this article is similar to what I just shared. The call came in at 6:17 a.m. according to APD, and the body was found in the 1000 block of East 38th and a half Street at an abandoned gas station per authorities. Here's some images like the one I had just shared. APD initially said that the death could have been caused by medical issues, the weather, or both. ACTMS said later that while only the county's medical examiner can confirm the cause of death, the agency currently presumes the death was due to hypothermia, and that is because we are continuing to see those freezing temperatures here locally. APD again said its homicide unit would investigate the incident. However, police also said that the incident did not seem suspicious at this time, and it will continue to be investigated. And we will update that article with all the new information as we get that in. We also have been talking about school closures. I'm going to actually update my map before I show it to you, but the first time I showed you this wonderful map that our digital data reporter, Christopher Adams, created, it was mainly greens, a little yellows, a little oranges, but look at it right now. It is red across the board. Still a few spots with green areas, meaning normal schedule, but that red means school has been closed for Monday, and that is Monday, January 26th, due to, of course, those freezing temperatures, icy roads. We, of course, don't want any buses driving in these conditions, much less have parents going to drop off their kiddos. So you can see we've got Marble Falls, Georgetown, Pflugerville, Austin, Kyle, Lockhart. They were slowly trickling in, but it was going to be a for sure closure day for Monday, according to these icy roads that we continue to see. Let's see. Richland Springs ISD, still on normal schedule. Buckholz ISD, still on normal schedule. Same thing with Giddens ISD. Flatonia ISD, and again, Schoenberg ISD are still right now, as of right now, scheduled to start normally January 26th. If you or your children are in any of those school districts that are still not yet considered canceled, please come back to this article and make sure that you're always checking to see when those schools may be declared canceled or whether they won't be. We will have all of that updated on this map. And then following Monday, if we have, as you can see, Dimebox ISD has a 2-hour delay on Tuesday. You can find even up to Tuesday what the schedule is looking like for your child's school. That is all on this webpage, KXAN.com, and the webpage is titled Central Texas school delays and closures amid wintry weather. Thank you to our digital data reporter, Christopher Adams, for creating this lovely article for us with all of the updated school closures. I do want to mention that driving conditions are still very, very unsafe. I have some video from what it looked like earlier today. Look at that. There was an Amazon vehicle that was on the side of the road. I guess it came off of the highway and it went into the grassy area, but that just happens when you are driving on icy roads like this and you lose control of a vehicle, or let's say you hit the brakes, which you should not do. Again, TxDOT wants to urge everyone to stay off the roads. We also heard a press conference from city and county officials, and the county judge mentioned that it looked like a lot of people were doing a good job at staying off of the roads earlier today and into the rest of the afternoon. But he wanted everyone to continue to practice those safety measures and please stay off of the roads because, of course, our first responders need to have those roads open in case there is any incident that happens anywhere across Central Texas. It's going to be a lot safer for our first responders to get to where they need to go if there's no one obstructing the roadways. And again, our weather team has mentioned that the ice may be melting right now, but later tonight, once the sun goes down, we will continue to see those ices refreeze back up into the early morning because those temperatures are not getting any warmer. We have another article here on our webpage. It is on KXAN.com, and it has to do with driving conditions. We have a live traffic camera and now cameras and traffic maps here. Thanks to TxDOT, you can take a look at where there's some road closures. I know that we had recent report of a accident near San Marcos by TxDOT going northbound on I-35, and it still looks like all the main lanes are closed as of right now. There is ice. You can see those little ice images all around the map because there's ice everywhere, pretty much. If you zoom in a little bit more, you can see if there's traffic. You can see here, hopefully it stays to where there's no traffic because we don't want anyone on the roads. But you can find this map on our website, KXAN.com. It's titled Driving Conditions. We also have some fun images that keep coming into the newsroom. I'm going to show one that we shared earlier, and this one was a couple of Austinites skiing down in Austin Street. They got their skis on, they got their poles in hand, and they're skiing down a road. You don't normally see that here in Texas. This looks funny. You could see somebody chasing down, trying to be as fast as the skier, but this ice is no joke. It is staying on our roads, and you can clearly see it is skiable. So if you got some sleds, you want to have some fun, take your little dog out on a walk, just remember, don't be out for too long. Don't let your pets out for too long because these temperatures are really dangerous. And if they're not good for us, they're not safe for them. So please bring your doggies inside. If you have more photos or videos that you'd like to share, please share them with us. There's an easier way to get them to us simply by visiting kxan.com/reported. Fill out the form, drop in your video, drop in your photos, and we can share it here on KXAN Plus, just like we've shared this one. Again, this is going to be a full all-day live stream from us here at KXAN. Our team is working around the clock to get you all of the most updated information. When you do not see me on the screen, you will see a rotation of weather graphics so that you can be up to date with the current conditions and the extended forecast in your area. And you can always wait around. We'll pop back up with some more updates, talk to some of our meteorologists. We just spoke with Rich. We will be speaking with Tommy, possibly Nick later this afternoon. So please stay with us, and we will be back shortly with some more updates. And we're back from a quick little break there throughout our entire all day live stream where we're taking a look at this winter storm and tracking all of the latest details, damages, closures that are happening all around Central Texas. I'm your host, Esmeralda Zamora, and you're watching KXAN Plus. Thanks so much for joining us. Whether you're watching on our social media, our website, or our KXAN Plus streaming app, thanks for being here. I do want to remind everyone that all of the information that I'm sharing right now can be found on our website, again, on our social media platforms, as well as our KXAN Plus streaming app that is free to download on any streaming platform that you use, any TV, that's Roku, Fire TV, Samsung TV, and Apple TV. I'm going to start off this portion of our live stream with a quick recap of the weather and what we're looking at so far. And later on today, we'll have meteorologist Tommy House join me for a more in-depth look. But let's go ahead and kick it off. We have some graphics that are rotating, and these are the graphics that rotate while we take breaks in between this live stream. So we'll keep those up while I give you all a recap. All of the information that I'm sharing right now is on our website, KXAN.com, under our weather blog, where our meteorologists are constantly updating the changes to the forecast, what we can expect for tomorrow, and when the ice on the roads is going to melt, when it will freeze back up. All of that information is on there. So let's kick things off. There are dangerous cold and icing continuing across Central Texas as our winter storm winds die down. A winter storm warning, ice storm warning, is in effect through noon Sunday, with the worst icing happening in north and west of Austin and lighter amounts to the southeast of Austin. You can expect patchy freezing rain and sleet to taper 4 to 7 a.m., but slick roads and tree line ice remaining a concern throughout the city. We have wind chills in the teens today with lows in the teens tonight. Many spots may stay below freezing until Monday afternoon, and we always want to remind everyone to continue to protect your people, pipes, pets, and plants, and avoid travel if you can. It's important to note that if you are outside and you feel that it is too cold for you, it is definitely going to be too cold for those pets. So make sure that if they're out there for potty breaks or anything like that, you bring them right back inside, because it's not safe, especially for us, especially for our pets. I'm going to repeat this little weather recap for everyone in Spanish for our Spanish speakers. We do want to make sure everyone has this information. So let's go ahead and start that portion. Hola, les voy a dar un resumen sobre el pronóstico que pueden ver este siguiente día hasta la semana que viene, y esto es lo que les tenemos por ahora. El frío peligroso y la formación de hielo continúan en todo el centro de Texas a medida que nuestra tormenta invernal va pasando. Una advertencia de tormenta invernal, advertencia de tormenta de hielo, está vigente hasta el mediodía del domingo, con la peor formación de hielo al norte y al oeste de Austin y cantidades más ligeras al sureste. Se espera que la lluvia helada y el hielo se reduzcan entre las 4 y las 7 de la mañana el lunes, pero las condiciones de las carreteras y el hielo en los árboles y las líneas eléctricas siguen siendo motivo de preocupación. La sensación térmica hoy será de unos 10 grados bajo cero, con mínimas de unos 10 grados bajo cero esta noche. En muchos lugares las temperaturas podrían mantenerse por debajo de cero hasta el lunes por la tarde, y también les queremos recordar a todos que por favor siguen de proteger sus plantas, su familia, sus mascotas y sus tuberías de la casa, porque va a estar bien helado esta noche hasta el lunes y se va a continuar hasta el miércoles, aunque no tenemos lluvia. Esa lluvia que ya estaba en el piso ya se hizo hielo, y por este día, hasta la noche, sí se va a descongelar, pero ya a medianoche hasta la mañana se va a poner más frío y sigue congelando. Así que por favor manténganse fuera de la carretera, no conduzcan, no, por favor, y quédense en la casa si pueden, para mantener todos seguros en la carretera. Again, we do want to remind everyone, although the ice may be melting right now, Tonight, when temperatures continue to freeze back up, that ice is going to freeze back up as well, and the roads are going to be very, very unsafe for everyone to drive on. And like the officials of Travis County and the city of Austin have been repeating since the morning, it is important to keep our roads open so that our first responders have an easier route to any emergency that they need to report to. Again, I would like to tease to our website because we do have a lot of good details here on our website. We have a blog that has a live stream in it. We have breaking news. We have a list of school closures. We have our live blog where we're taking a look at the weather and our meteorologists are constantly updating it. We've got some airport flights, delays, and cancellations. And we've also got some more breaking news regarding crashes on the Texas roadways here in Central Texas. I'm going to start off first with the fact that this ice is leading to crashes, closed roadways across the Austin area. And we even have updates from a recent crash. It looks like Chief Lisa Davis posted this photo on her X of a crash confirmed in Austin of a police cruiser after a winter storm caused icy road conditions today, Sunday, January 25th. So even police vehicles are on the road because they have to be out there. They're first responders, and the roads are still unsafe for them. So it is very much unsafe for us to be on the roads as well. We've got some closures. There was one recent one in San Marcos, northbound Interstate 35. Posey Road was closed after a crash that happened just after noon on Sunday. That was just recently. The city also said that an 18-wheeler lost control and there was a fuel spill connected with the crash. In an update, the city said that the road was open as of 1:25 p.m. on Sunday, but it was closed there for quite a while. And we also have another article here where you can find driving conditions. There's a map. It'll tell you if there's ice on the roads. It'll tell you if there's roads that are closed. It'll tell you if there's traffic backed up. But, it's good that we don't have any red or traffic here on this map because we do not want anyone to be out on the roads. I'm going to pull up some video from road conditions that one of our reporters shared with us while they were out in the vehicle. This was from Brianna Hollis from one of our station vehicle cameras. And as you can see, look at that big pile of ice or that layer of ice on the road here. It is not snow, it is sleet, so it is going to be very, very hard to drive on. I think in this video we also see an accident or remains of an accident, road closures as well. I'm going to let this video play so we can just take a look at what the conditions are. And this was today, so midday. You can see that in this area, it looks like a little bit more wet, less ice. But, once that ice starts melting, it turns into slush and it becomes even more dangerous. Next, I want to talk about some breaking news that we saw early this morning. And unfortunately, there has already been one death ruled by this winter storm. The Austin Police Department responded to reports of a man found outside and not moving on Sunday morning. The call came in at 6:17 a.m., according to police, and the body was found in the 1000 block of East 38th and a half Street at an abandoned gas station, according to those authorities. Austin Travis County EMS told KXAN that at 6:27 a.m., the time of death was pronounced to this individual at the scene. APD initially said that the death could have been caused by a medical issue, the weather, or even both. But ACT EMS said later that while only the county's medical examiner can confirm the cause of death, the agency currently presumes the death was due to hypothermia. One of our reporters, Kelly Wiley, actually spoke to the individual who made the report and who found this person at that gas station, and she will be sharing more of that information on our newscast here later this evening. You can catch that on broadcast at KXAN. Another story that first of all, I wanted to mention that all of the information from this breaking news story is also on our website, KXAN.com. Just like you saw on the homepage, it'll be easy to find. APD body found outside Sunday morning following winter storm is the title, and you can read more information as well as look at the map from where that individual was found. We have also a list of Central Texas schools that are experiencing delays or closures, even two-day closures. You can see up to Tuesday if the school district that your child is in or that you work in is going to be closed up till Tuesday, or if you have a 2-hour delay. Our brilliant Christopher Adams, digital data reporter, is the one who created this article as well as this map. And if you hover over these areas, these counties, you can see up till when these schools are closed. Some say Monday, some say Tuesday. Earlier this morning, when I was showing this map to everyone here on stream, it looked a lot different. There was more greens, there was more yellows, blues, oranges, and now it's majority red. And of course, we can expect that because we're going to see those temperatures get even colder tonight. So that means that the ice on the roads is going to freeze back up again, and it's definitely not going to be drivable for these school buses to be dropping off kids. And we also don't want any parents risking themselves to go drop off their kiddos at school. So school districts have decided to close up till Monday, some up till Tuesday. If you scroll down on this webpage, you can see exactly how long they are closed for. You can see Dimebox ISD here has a 2-hour delay on Tuesday. So does Fayetteville ISD. And then we can probably expect some of these to change throughout the rest of today, even into Monday. If we continue to see these temperatures staying as cold as they're going to be staying, keeping that ice frozen on the roads, we may possibly see some updates to this article. So always great to keep this tab open on your phone or your computer, just so that you can make sure to come back to it and double check what time your child's school is going to be back or your work is going to be letting you back. You will have that information here on this website. You can find this easily on our homepage as well. We also have an article where we are taking a look at a list of warming centers open in Central Texas this weekend. I believe we had an Austin warming center or several Austin warming centers that were pushing their date to even later on Monday so that more individuals can come in and seek refuge from these cold temperatures. But if you are looking for a specific place that is closest to your home, a specific warming center that you want to sign up for and be at during this storm, this is a great article to reference. We have all the counties broken down with each warming center that is available, their times that they open, their addresses, the times that they close, if they're continuing to accept individuals. You can see Gillespie County is expected to remain open for 24 hours. It says they will remain open 24/7 through the storm and provide meals and cots. So if you want to stay overnight, Gillespie County is offering that. We also have Hays County, Mason County, we have Milam County, Travis County as well. It looks like we have 3 areas in Travis County that are still open from 8 to 5. So if you or anyone that you know needs a place to stay overnight or even over the entire day, don't forget to share this article with them or just grab some info from here and share that with them as well. It's on our website, KXAN.com. Now I want to get to some of our viewer submitted videos and pictures that have been trickling into our inbox since the morning. And previously on this stream, I shared that a few individuals were actually skiing in Austin on some of the Austin roadways. You can see this is an Austin's neighborhood street, and we got some skiers there. And this looks like a lot of fun, but I did want to mention to everyone, if you have videos that you would like to share or photos, please send them to us. You can go to kxan.com/report it. Easily send it to us there, and we can feature it here on our website. So I do want to share some others that have come into the newsroom. And these are some of our sledding, skiing, sliding videos that were sent in. This one looks to come from Avery and Josiah Vasquez. They got some tubes and they're sliding down their road. This next one is from Shannon Prothro from Burnett, Texas. This one's a photo, and it looks like she's gearing up to go have some fun. Eric Peterson in Cedar Park is having some fun with the kiddos and their little makeshift sled there, as you can see with the laundry basket. So cute. You can see a QR code on your screen right now, and you can use that QR code if you would like to send in some photos to us instead of going to the website. That's a good place to do it. Next up, we have Linda, and she was sending a photo of a big shard of ice. It looks like it was covering the roadway, so somebody got a hammer and broke that shard of ice. We also have another one from Linda shoveling some snow from the driveway. Here's another one from Lucy Flores in Maynard, Texas, and they're pulling their kiddos in a tube. How sweet, how fun. Lots of sleet on that road, as you can see. This is Avery and Josiah Vasquez in Taylor, Texas, also doing some fun sledding. Looks like a lot of fun. This next one is from Kylie and Sam Robin in Lakeway, Texas. Now, Lakeway looks like it got a lot of sleet over a night and into the morning, and that little makeshift sled is going down that hill extremely fast. This looks like a lot of fun. Thank you, Kylie and Sam Robin in Lakeway, for sharing this with us. Danny, and this is from Pace Bend Road, and this is looking like a lot of fun. They have a whole ski outfit on for this. That is telling you that the temperatures here in Central Texas are no joke. They are real. It is really cold outside. And you can do fun things like this. And if you do them, please send them in to us at kxan.com/reportit so that we can share them here on our live stream. We're going through a bunch of them here. This is the same Danny from Pace Bend Road. Then we've got Chaz. This is in Austin. Oh, look at that. Snowboarding. This is a new one. Snowboarding with, it looks like that's a skateboard without wheels. That is very, very smart. Fun. And this is another one doing some tricks. Wow. You know, our Central Texas friends always find something to do outside when we're stuck indoors because of this freeze. That's not going to stop us. We're going out. We're having fun. Another one from Eric Peterson. This next one is from Oak Hill. They're actually skating on the ice. That's how much ice has accumulated. You can put your skates on and go skating down your parking lot and have a lot of fun in this cold weather. Megan O'Rourke in Austin. Here's a bigger view of somebody skating in the parking lot. Same friend here, and wow, look at that, ice skating tricks in a parking lot. Did you ever think that we were going to be able to do that here in Texas? I didn't. I definitely didn't. Here, another viewer in Lakeway is playing hockey. Wow, that looks like a lot of fun. And then we have that same viewer in Lakeway still playing hockey down the road. Look at all that ice. It's very, very thick right now going down the driveway in a sled. So much fun. This is in Cedar Park. Another KXAN viewer in Austin. It looks like we've got some individuals grabbed a table and decided to use the table as a sled. Be careful out there if you're doing stuff like this. You don't want to hit any cars, and you definitely don't want to get hurt. So thank you for sharing these in, but please be careful. Annie Lewis in Austin is also doing some skating out there. With some, are those rollerblades, ice skates? Let's see her get a little closer. Those are ice skates. That looks like so much fun. Cute. Here we got another one from Lakeway, and this is another hockey video. Lots and lots of fun, but I do want to share that we also have some viewer pet photos that have come in, and I do want to get to those. So this first one is from Diego, Beanie, and Zoe in Hutto. And look at these pups having fun in the snow. I bet everyone's puppies and kitties are having so much fun here during this Central Texas storm. We still have some layers and layers of sleet, or I don't know if that is snow, but it looks like they're enjoying it. Next up, we have another KXAN viewer with their little doggy who does not want to put their feet in those snow boots. I don't blame you. I would not want to wear those either, but so cute. Here we have another photo from Genevieve in Austin, and it looks like her pup is just staring down the road like, I do not want to go down there. It looks cold. Here is Diego, Beanie, and Zoe again in Hutto. doing that little run. Then we have Rachel, George, and Burnett. Cute little puppy out in the snow. Paul from Liberty Hill. I don't know if the puppy's name is Paul, but somebody's name is Paul. Thank you so much for sharing this for us. And it looks like your puppy is having so much fun in this Texas sleet. And this last puppy video is coming from Tori Osgood from Steiner Ranch. Maybe he's looking for a bone that he left in there before the ice came and covered it all up, but he's having a good time in this Texas snow. We also have some drone footage that I would like to share with everyone. This drone footage is from over the county of Travis County, and several different viewers send this footage in. So thank you so much for sending this in. We'll start off with Aiden from Travis County. Look at that drone footage. Look at all of that white over houses, over roads, over businesses. You can see it over bridges. And this is south of downtown. So you could see that these conditions have continued all across Central Texas. Thank you so much, Aiden, for sending this in to us. We have another viewer sent in drone shot from a viewer who decided to stay anonymous. And this is I believe it's a photo of someone from higher up in a higher downtown Austin high-rise building. This next one is from Cassie Irwin, also in Austin. Look at that. Doesn't that look like a winter wonderland? Were we expecting this? Or are we just happy that it happened for a little bit and we can play in the snow? And look how gorgeous our city looks with this white blanket of sleet over it. These conditions are going to continue, like I mentioned earlier, and we are going to continue to see this ice on the roads into tomorrow morning. Thank you so much, Cassie, for sharing this with us. Another image shared to us from Leander. This is a drone footage, and I believe this one was overnight. This doesn't even look like Central Texas to me. This looks like the North Pole. It is so beautiful. Look at all the white. And this last one is from Mark Soto at Old Settlers Park. Look at that. Look at all the white over the house, the roofs, the bridges. This is serious. This is no joke. We are having sleet, ice, baby flurries of snow here in Central Texas, and you can see it out. But we do recommend everybody to stay in, enjoy it from your yard, enjoy it from your home. Please stay off the road so that you can stay safe, of course. We've got some questions coming in through our live stream asking if the roads will be safe Sunday night. I do want to remind everyone that although the ice on the road is looking like it's melting right now during this time of day where it is 3:09 p.m., it is going to continue to freeze back up overnight because our temperatures are going to stay super, super cold. So please stay off the roads and make sure that everyone is safe in your homes. Protect your pipes, your friends, or your family, your pets, and as well as your plants because these freezing temperatures are going to continue. I'm going to wrap up this segment of our live stream and I'm going to jump back into the rotating weather graphics so that everyone can reference them, make sure that they know what the conditions are going to be like in their areas. And if you have any questions, please drop them in the live stream chat. We will be live all day and we are open to answering any questions that you all have. We might be back later this evening with our meteorologist, Tommy House, for a more in-depth weather update outlook for the rest of today and into Monday, possibly Tuesday. We'll be back with that soon. Thank you.